Good morning, YouTube. Or good day. Good times then. Depending on wherever the hell you are. How's everybody doing? You're having a good one? I'm semi-rested this time, so, no super goofy stream like last time. It was very obvious that I had not slept in over a day. I would never do such a thing. I merely stated my hope that you had a good morning. God, I wish it was... Well, actually, I wish it was Wednesday. Wednesday is gonna be... Genshin's update. Before we get into the testimony, I have a question for you guys that like to hear. Yeah, that's what these things do. That's why I try to. I know people that down them, and if I did that, I would like my chest would hurt. My chest would hurt if I did that. Like I can't do it. I have to take it slowly. That's disgusting. Of course it's gonna last you the whole stream. There's no way you can drink that quickly. You're eating a meal. Not gonna devour that. Techy. That's what I'm here for. Dude, to assist you in booing your work. No. I'm just a nice distraction. Okay, so I wanted to ask you guys something. I'm not going to post a poll about it because I'm more curious in just general, feedback. So I've kept my layouts for a while now, and I'm always wondering if it's like time for a change. I like my layouts, but I know they're not super similar to a lot of other people's layouts, and I don't know if there's something that's like vastly preferred. So like we have our general layout here, right? This is our usual layout for something like this. The alternative would be to redo the layout so that it would be something like this, and the rest of this would be something else. So you're reducing, there's going to be absolutely no overlap on the game itself, but on the other hand, it's also a lot smaller. And then I'd have to figure out what I'm going to do with... Actually, I know what I'm going to do here. More about what I would do down here. I could just elongate chat here. That's not a big deal. And then there's the third option, which is this. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, hold on. Either this... Either this way, or like this, as a more updated version of that. But then you have no bells and whistles for anything. You have no chat. So there's a lot less going on. There's also a lot less, you know, differentiating you from someone else that might just have, you know, just square. Well, like... Oh, God. Yeah, it seems like that's the general trend. Wait, where's my... Hold on, I'll catch up on the messages, but I just saw Keith's donation. Oh, Lord. 40% there. Thank you for the $8, Keith. Much appreciated. I swear that alert will come up at some point. There we go. Okay, so let's see here. Have any issues with your layouts personally? Ooh, love professors that left their own jokes. Had a history teacher like that in high school. I thought he was delightful. Race attorney, it's fine because upper left corner is almost never useful, but other games it could be good. So like, I do that, right? Like in Twitch, if we played Call of Duty, it's a similar layout, but the webcam is like where the chat is, and the chat is below than where the chat is now, because I try to make it so that the webcam and the chat are in the least obstructed place possible. And as long as people like that, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. But I guess what I was more like curious about as to whether people wanted to see the entirety of the screen and have it be smaller, or just getting rid of all the other extra stuff in general. I mean, I personally like the extra stuff, but like, I don't know. I feel like I see fewer people doing that these days, and I don't know if it's just a lack of effort that's happening, or if the viewers just generally prefer that. Because I see somebody with like just a square, you know, if they did this and they just had like the square in the upper, I see that and I'm like, that's lazy. That's lazy. I don't think it looks good personally. But it's not about what I think. It's about what you guys think when it comes to presentation. Because if I like something and nobody else likes it, it's not gonna fucking work, right? So what I'm getting is that it really just depends on the game, is what I'm getting. That sounds awful, Coulter. You can put the webcam in the dead center. So not really a point. Less of a point of chat being there if there's fewer messages on screen. Oh, it tastes awful. It could be because people have gotten used to it, but I also know a lot of you watch other people. So, like, I would like people to conjure that sort of comparison in their mind and say, well, what do I actually prefer here? I mean, I could make the chat box smaller. It was all just about being, like, as less intrusive as possible. Here are my thoughts. For a game like this, and like RPGs, I think it works really well too. I think this sort of layout's fine. Other games, not as much. So I agree with what you guys are saying, but I wasn't sure if that's a general consensus or that's just how I felt. Everybody else really felt that way, etc., etc. The reason I started adding chat was because there were people that were like, would watch but not pay attention to chat, so they would get confused as to, because I mean, you guys chat a lot, which is great. I like having an active chat, but that also means I'm not gonna waste time reading out loud every message, right? That I'm gonna respond to. I think that takes up way too much time. It's fine if you have like half a dozen viewers and they're not chatting a ton. It's a lot easier to do that. But when you have a really active chat, that's just not practical. So the feedback I got at that time was that the chat on screen was useful for that. Of course, that looks a lot better here, right? Where the chat box is huge. But this only works, I think this is the perfect layout for a game that's in 480. But 1080 does not offer as nice of a you know, if I make it so that it's all fitting on screen with everything else, it's just gonna be a lot tinier. Whereas 480 doesn't have that issue. Yeah, so Lynn feels the same way, and I totally get that. That's why I added it. It was also, CJ brought up a good point too. It was also initially done because I was using Restream. Now that I don't use Restream, it's not as big of a deal, so that people don't have to see, well, what did the person on Twitch say? What did the person, everybody's gonna see what they say on YouTube, right? It's only one, we're only looking at one platform. So in that scenario, it's less of an issue. But maybe then what I'll try is making the text box a little bigger. And see how it looks. And if it looks too intrusive, then what I'll do is I'll just cut chat out entirely. That's also true, Halucha, which there's actually a couple. When we were doing the tier list, some of those streams I had chat up, and other streams I don't. And the ones where I don't, I always wish that I did have them up now. And that's probably what I'm going to do in the future. Because it's so easy with the layout like that. Because when you're doing a tier list, nobody really cares about the layout. You're just looking at a web page. It's a lot different, right? It's odd. Some people really like the the characters, and others don't, obviously. When I first started doing it, it was for specific purposes. Like with Danganronpa, like, oh, well, my current waifu is, and then, so that's like, there's actually a purpose to it, as opposed to just being frilly. To have the layout swap every 5 seconds. And Ryan. I'm gonna start calling him Ryan. Oh my god. That's amazing. It's because it's it's such a much more common name in the States that'd be the perfect way. Like, if they made this into a movie in the United States, you know they'd be like, what's his name? Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sounds a little East Asian-y to me. How about we change it to Ryan Turner? Alright. See, Coulter just wants the ultimate troll overlay. So, I get what you're saying, Vibe, and I can kind of do that without changing anything. Because I just go to here. The reason I don't do this as often, I'll give you my reasoning. It might be that I can do it, and I just should do it more. But my reasoning behind not doing this as often is mostly because I don't know when exactly it's going to happen and how long the conversations are going to last. And I don't want to flip it unless I know we're going to be on this screen for an extended period of time, right? As opposed to like, oh, we're talking about something for like a minute. So, like, for here, it makes sense, because we've been talking about this for, what, like 10 minutes now or something like that. It could be just Dragon, right? That would work. Ryan Cooper. Oh my god. So Devin, that's interesting. You said that you were squinting to look at the chat box on mobile. So you did want to see what people were saying in the chat. Like, it was actually something that you were paying attention to. You just wish it would have been easier to see. Is that right? Actually, I'm changing this soon as well. I'm working on another something else that's a little more on theme. So, all right. Thank you. I appreciate your feedback. That was very helpful. And thank you for taking the time. I thought it was Turner. That's why I used it in that example. Brian Von Zachary. Good lord. My name's Ryan Chuck Narrow Hollow. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, they changed the name in the localization. They kept Light, but they changed his last name. It is still pretty foreign, but a lot of it's not super uncommon in America to see that, as opposed to like my last name is Naruhodo. Okay. Oh, and if anyone who's watching this, watching the VOD, if anybody wants to chime in and chat as to your opinions, by all means, let me know in the comments below. All right? Oh, see, when it's all green like this, I can't tell which word he said weirdly.
Hold it!
Also, he feels no pain. He's a robot. Oh, sorry, android. Not even a cyborg. He's purely mechanical at this point. He has no human organs left. Well, that's because Dragon Ball Evolution is, like, actually one of the worst movies ever created. Whereas, like, Death Note was more just kind of cringe. So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself?
Not really. By chance. I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then?
Who can say? I presume my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
It does need to be an emote. I 100% agree. I got distracted over the weekend, and I made that, I made a, Maggie one. But that smile definitely needs to be an emote, too. The new Evil Joey. But an AA, finally. CJ's still in a state of denial from how many years ago? Not to mention excellence in fraud. Objection? Counsel's being combative? He didn't even ask a question, he just made a statement. Zeke should have, he should have, like, I would have objected there if I was the prosecution.
Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Objection? I'm not asking for your opinion on this. Man, this is... They're both problematic here. Barrack should not be interjecting his thoughts here.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. That's also a statement. Naruhodo... Okay, so Ryan is... I think Ryan has in general been better than early Phoenix at expressing a solid argument and not being like weird. Generally speaking, I don't have as much complaints about the way he goes about his line of questioning. I do sometimes, but I'd say he's better than early Phoenix. But one thing that he does really poorly is that he just loves making statements instead of asking questions. And you shouldn't be doing that. Yo, what's up, Amir? Yep, that was CJ's joke, and now I've appropriated it, and now we are calling him Ryan from now on. This is the English adaptation, after all. We have to change all the foreign names to, you know, something we're more comfortable with. You spawn with the nerd emoji? That'd be pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, we got Ryan and Brian here going at each other. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think? I wouldn't know because you didn't ask me any goddamn questions. Like, the witness had to infer there Ryan's implication. And that's bad. That's bad. It's just that's poor cross-examination. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has blown. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. Must have planned all this from the onset. Yeah, no shit. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman was a twin.
Objection!
Yeah. First of all, again, another statement instead of posing a question. Second of all, ridiculous conjecture. Speculation conjecture. Based on what evidence? This is something that would be very easily verifiable. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was someone who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Seif absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to that fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman, then. Fuck! Susan Mikeson! Susan! Oh, Lord. We are ruining everything about this game. Oh, Lord. Susan Michaels? That would work too. Michaels is more of like an actual last name. I've never heard of Mikeson before. Hey, you can't be sad. You started this trend. This is on you. I might have ran with it, but if not but for your original Ryan drop. Yasuhiro Hagakure, dumbass. There we go.
buyer's remorse. What are you thinking, Mr. Narrow Hollow? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind.
Hold it!
Okay, we can't call Sherlock Holmes Henry Sebastian. At least with Sherlock Holmes, everybody knows Sherlock Holmes, right? Henry Sebastian. Thomas Gregory, though, that's a good one. Tobias? Isn't that guy from Arrested Development? I don't... What, my competent detective with the name Tobias? Alright, Thomas. Thomas sounds better. Kyle Antonio? Kyle! Kyle! Good old Kyle! Oh my! Whew. Okay. It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Did we determine that the crossbow was his invention? I mean, crossbows had been a thing for a while, hadn't they? It's just a thing that he had. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. Or is he not talking about the crossbow? Is he talking about something else? I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant. Allegedly. And he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct? My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Didn't we literally talk about all of these things in court yesterday? What research would need to be done? I am simply restating things that we discussed already. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. The judge is just like, I haven't said anything in a while, so I'll just kind of grunt here, so you know I'm still around. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiments. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny.
Hold it!
I'm actually looking forward to getting back to the main Ace Attorney games, just because I miss the characters. I love the characters here, don't get me wrong, but when I played this series, I'd played 4 games of like those characters, right? That's a lot of hours. I know it's not going to be as pretty, and that's fine. I'm not really concerned about that. I am. One thing that'll keep it from being too like blah is that apparently Dual Destinies. No, don't expand upon this. I just want to comment on it. Apparently, Dual Destinies is different from all the other games in certain ways. Why it actually has an M rating. So there's still some excitement there, even if the game is less polished and has its own issues. And then, of course, you get the Spirit of Justice, which is the longest game there is available. Supposedly longer than this, according to How Long to Beat. And I have no idea what to expect with that one. So, I don't know. I'll be fine with it. I'm not too concerned about the jarring transition. Hello, Milky Way galaxy. Maybe the entire galaxy here, everybody. Sounds so fun. Fellow astronomer. Yeah, you did. Holy shit. I'll just stop talking about it now and make it easier on the mods. How about that? But good job, guys. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. So I totally get where he's coming from, but I personally have a problem with like working with something where I want to know how something works. If it's like part of my job to study it or whatever. Like if there's something, a product that we're arguing about in a civil case or something like that, like I want to know how that product works. I feel like even if it doesn't end up seeming like it gives me some sort of tangible advantage, just makes me feel more confident when I speak about, you know, the product in general. Could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. Why? As long as you don't go about saying, I took these ideas, these are my ideas, nobody's gonna fucking think that. How is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? No. I mean, maybe Ryan is, I don't know. A very good point. Is he, though? I don't know, that's kind of suspect. I'm not sure that's true. I think Ryunosuke does have a grasp on the principles that the law relies on. That seems kind of weird. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Narrow Hollow. The point is, the experiments resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhalo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we are unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it.
And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber?
Even, like, a slightly passive-aggressive remark will get you, usually, catch the ire of a judge. There definitely won't be any, my Nipponi's friend.
All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
I haven't looked at this yet. Trapdoor. Okay.
The Professor, Death by Hanging. Midnight, 17th June. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? Definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Oh yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh right, sorry. Apparently it did warrant movies and stories. The Man in the Iron Mask. Although I guess that was more about his identity than anything else. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. I think that might be the ticket. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhalo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It's probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Okay. Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There is no plates, it's been removed. Ah, what a pity. As well as you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. Why is there a real camera in general? Just make a waxwork of the camera. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyways. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susanoo-san, she looks devastated. What a wonderful machine! You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells me... yes, Father tells the time by the rumbling of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba, or poor for Professor Michaels. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? The bellows just here. There seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my! I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha 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 ha! What we need here?
Objection!
Oh, fuck! I wanted to examine that. God damn it. Ah, look here, Mr. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down onto the crystal tower below, all of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. The base. The base. The base. The base.
Objection!
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves, just a second ago, in fact. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be.
That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gah!
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage at the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion. An altitude of some 60 feet above ground level. Which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection.
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Yeah, but the location, on the other hand, kind of matters. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though, to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. Wasn't quiet for long. find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. The witness is clearly a swindler, the one who deceived a personal friend of his. You're going to establish this deception. Do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course. We must treat the matter scientifically, after all. Ah, I nearly had him there. Really? Really?
Objection!
What? Bullshit! Bullshit!
Hold it!
Press it first. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. Interview question mark? Well, good luck, CJ, on that question mark. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. There's no other location from which the cage would have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Doesn't though? Oh, yes. It's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. Birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air. I mean, irritatingly, yes.
Objection!
This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Yes, there is. I do it the same way I played Apollo Justice. You play it on BlueStacks. You play both Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice on BlueStacks. BlueStacks. BlueStacks is so good. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No!
Well, it appears the defense has a plausible explanation to put forward.
Go ahead, Counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring to on this same diagram. You'll turn the location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet. Here.
Take that!
Place I'm referring to is here, but that's... Oh yeah, you can get it on Android. Where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is that the height of the stage itself. The height of the stage itself. Go on, Counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. You look at the diagram, in fact. You'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
You did not. Although if you do it through Android, you have to actually pay for the game. Although that has the added benefit of it, you know, being 100% legal. The problem I've had with Citra is that it weirdly, different versions of Citra only work with certain versions of the games. Or like certain games only work with certain versions of Citra. And it's really fucking annoying. I cannot, for the life of me, find a version of Citra that works with what I have for A Link Between Worlds. And so I didn't even want to bother with Ace Attorney that way. Just do it the easy way. Besides, gotta keep BlueStacks going. That's where I'm gonna play Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis on too. Play that on my phone. Are you fucking kidding me? A game like that shouldn't be played on mobile. Should be played on a glorious, at least, laptop-sized screen. My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had a contrivance in its design. Yes, I do. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic prints of the scene following yesterday's explosion. I guarantee you, it's gonna make you laugh. How did that hole get there? And what the hell is the depth of that void? Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor on the machine is undone! Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. I've already played that game, Techy. We did not do on Citra either. But yes, we did use Desmume.
I guess that's fair though. Techie's only through. Are you on Apologesis yet? I can't remember what video your last comment was on. You might be in Trials and Tribulations. Mr. Drebber. Okay, so yeah, Trials and Tribulations. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Okay. Whether Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life and lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
Some games like these just aren't for everyone. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiments, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow? That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Motive only matters when these games need it to matter. It's plot specific. As you do not actually 100% need to prove a motive, because sometimes people do shit just to do shit. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations? Not remunerations? Have I been saying that word wrong my entire life? Huh. Well, that's what I learned today. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there is one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if
either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. As you can see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. It would seem the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeek, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. It's true. Trevor had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower. He couldn't have done it, and in any case, I have an idea what his motive might have been. I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt that there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Oh, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Motherfucker, did you ask me? Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Money! At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point! The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. He doesn't have a great objection. I agree. There's no force behind it. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. They should. If that's how they learned English, it would make sense that that would be the accent that they had. Although, I'm not even sure if they would have gotten to that point. I guess I don't really know how extensive their English learning was. They obviously know a lot to be able to live in here in England without issue communicating. Yeah, but the thing with Raymond's is that it's smooth as fuck. Ryan's is not. Objection! He's gonna take that seriously. Whereas Raymond's like, objection. And you're like, oh, that was smooth. Like, there need to be force there because it's like, oh my. I feel like dropping my pants. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebler had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well, then I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake, the prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Oh, counsel, you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in the matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. Objection! Get off my lawn! So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. And according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. I hate when he does that. That inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? Hmm? My lord? You've received a stark warning already. From the prosecution, not from you. He can say whatever the fuck he wants, but if you're not ready to hand down any punishment... If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? Sherlock Sholmes. Honestly, I have no goddamn idea. With an excessively long name. Pearl's Ball. There you go. It being Professor Harebrain kind of defeats the entire purpose of this, because then our client is still guilty in a way. Could be Asman himself, but he was betrayed. I guess it could be two spells. But because she would have provided the wax figure? But it was stolen, wasn't it? And it could be her because she's kind of a dick? Jesus, CJ, that was, quick. GG's.
Congratulations!
My gut's telling me that originally it was Asman, but then he got betrayed and that's when he got shot. This is tough. The one reason it could be the fit team is because they're the ones saying, "Oh no, that couldn't have been the case," and it would be very easy to do that if you were the one controlling the investigation, right? So I think it's got to be either her or him. Yeah, I mean, we know it's not these three. So any jokes about them's like, whatever.
Take that!
Who is this person? Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord, and someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know. Yes, thank you. I'm aware of the person, obviously. But on what basis do you claim felonious involvement? you surely wouldn't say you don't know, would you? Ah! Wait. Do I have two left? Two, okay.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... They do have different ones featured. Surely fear has got your tongue now. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Neruhalo. Thank you, Miss Susan. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Seif. What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Seif? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in the team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Seif be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. You've got a nerve, lad! Standing up there, dragging the Yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusations aside, there's another grave problem with your arguments. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victims have been reported. Which means that there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. But what about inanimate? That's true. My argument is that there were two bird cages. Then there must also have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal this body double stunt was achieved? I don't think it's naming a person. I think we gotta present evidence. Unless they want us to say two spells because it was her business?
Even though we know it wasn't like her that was used as the body double. Wish I could open that thing. Service already has been hereby enters into contract with the provider, Dr. Ina Trevor, to fund labor and materials for construction of a super high voltage kinesis machine. Trevor is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants. It can be only uphold the right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive. That is a short and poorly written contract. I need that key, god damn it. I want to open that iron mask. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious, evidence? We hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. You think you have relevant evidence, present it now. Body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have only seen them from 60 feet away. Now, who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. It's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's all right, Mr. Neruhalo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Miss Susan. I needed that. Right, later, Techy. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there.
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. If you're trying to seduce me, Mr. Van Zeeks, you're succeeding. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now. Ryan, this is the time to show your Japanese spirit. Ryan. That's the court. Good old Ryan and his Japanese spirit, right? My Nebraskan spirit. Okay. Oh. It's okay. I'm okay. Whew. That was just, unfortunate the way that... I don't know. It is a classical Japanese name, obviously. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The professor.
Objection!
I'd like to formally apologize to chat for my transgressions in making Ryan by making Twain eat oranges. Please forgive me. Well, I don't forgive you. Whoops. Stop that. Stop that. Thank you for the donos, CJ. We are halfway to some more pulp. Oh, you know, I didn't eat one for Keith's donation earlier. I gotta have two. Oh, I got two sour ones. Cool. Also the color orange, yes. Oh, God. It's so long in between eating these. The first time I eat one, after like a week, I can never properly prepare for it. I think orange is a ghastly flavor, and I think orange is the ugliest color. I will say that it is on par with shit green. 'Cause, I mean, shit green is just the worst, right? There's nothing good about that. But everybody knows shit green is bad. Shit brown, green, green brown. Orange, on the other hand, people actually like for some reason. It doesn't pain me. It's only paining you. You just don't realize it yet. He did rock orange, but you know how much more intimidating he would have been if that suit was a dark gray instead of orange? I don't think the orange really added to his character at all. I mean, that like his design, the skeletal design of it was really good. It's just orange suit. I think I did a color tier list. I'll go back and find it. I'm almost positive we've done the color tier list before. I'll try to go back and find it and cut that out and make it its own VOD. So, yeah, I could see why that would make him seem less evil, because if it was dark gray, he might be very obviously evil. I mean, that's the thing. Gant was... reason why Gant's a great villain is because he isn't that... He's evil in the best way, and that he thought he was a good guy, and we know that for him, he had his ideals about justice
and reducing crime and stuff like that. It just involved murdering somebody and then covering it up, which is the problem. I think it would have been fine if he wore blue. I'm assuming he didn't wear blue because they didn't want him to look too similar to Phoenix. Because he had a red tie as well, right? The red cross tie. That's what I'll do after stream today. I'll go, but I know I'm 99% sure we did a color tier list in like either my first or second tier list stream a long time ago. I guess you could have given him a light blue suit. That actually would have worked well with like he's a police officer, but also you're supposed to think he's like, at least he's presenting himself. He should have had a white suit. Oh! That would have been so good. Gant should have had a white suit. That would have been perfect. Because he's trying to present himself as, you know, angelic. And a good person. Who wears white. They would have been... black or gray would have been very intimidating, but I agree that you also don't want to make him... You didn't want to make him seem immediately evil. Which the orange did kind of help. It's just I think you could have done better than orange. I mean, to be fair, he already almost kind of looks like a pimp. How many non-pimps do you know wear orange suits? Will Powers. That's it. The reason so many of them have it is because it looks great. Did Grossberg have an orange suit? Orange? I thought it was red. Or did he have two different color suits? For the flashback and then later. Okay. And now you've moved on to indicting Waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble it. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Two Spells. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing! Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Gah!
Objection!
Making me eat an orange piece of candy is $5. Making me drink a glass of full pulp orange juice is $50 total. That's what the counter is for.
That's not true. Please tell me that's not true. That's taking the symbolism a little far. Okay, thank God. Oh. No, I have various things here. Sour Patch, Airheads, Laffy Taffy. I do not have Starburst. I don't generally get Starburst. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist, that he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection.
Objection, because you shouldn't be able to address the jury like that. But, I know the system's a little different. Okay. Thank you, Techy, for the $5. Laffy Taffy, please. All right, so this is this is a bite. Laffy Taffy bite. It's gonna be hard as fuck, too, because it's so old now. Ah! Oh, it being hard makes it so much worse. Because I have to try so hard to eat something so bad. And of course it sticks around your mouth once you finally bite down into it. Oh. Oh, that is not tasty. Out of context, yes. 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 Yes! Wait! Oh! I taste it still. Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues here have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty.
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 Ugh.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me.
I ask again why a child is on the jury. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was gonna happen, because it happens every goddamn time, and several times for case in some situations. So now we have to use this very rare thing that isn't rare at all. I hate, absolutely hate that the game presented it that way. They didn't have to present it that way. That was like, it added nothing. It added nothing. By making it, oh, it's just rare thing that only we use repeatedly. God damn, I hate that. It's a 5,000-year-old in a child's body. Oh, God. We shall get through this, Mr. Narrow Hollow, as we always do. Every time we do this. Every trial. You know, this incredibly rare procedure. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yeah, Coulter, that's what I'm bitching about. That whole, they didn't have to do that. That whole bullshit about how nobody uses it, that should have been completely left out. It added nothing, and now just seems stupid, because we use it literally every goddamn time, and why wouldn't any defense attorney ever use it? They should always be using it. But if you don't use it, then your client's just guilty. And quite frankly, I don't think you're doing your job ethically as a defense attorney by not taking whatever every means at your disposal. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination, obviously. We didn't even ask for it this time! The judge is just like, oh, don't worry, I already know what's coming. We got this. Summation examination time. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? Yeah, there is literally no downside. If there's literally no downside, you should not be just passing it up. We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Even though, like, only 3 of you will actually do that, and the other 3 will say something completely irrelevant. There's no downside to your client. There's a downside to you and your sanity, but that takes a back seat to your client when it comes to ethics. God damn, dude! Relax. You'll look all silly for defending your client the best that you possibly could. Oh, darn. There's also this really, really bad assumption that if you don't convince them, you will look silly, which is really stupid. Because you can put forth very strong arguments that simply don't win, and you don't look silly. They just didn't choose you. You only look silly if you are an idiot and make really bad arguments. In which case you probably look silly for the whole entirety of the trial anyways. The game lagged. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. Okay. That's reasoning. It's utter nonsense to think those two could ever be It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear. This is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. And for that reason, he decided guilty. This is just incredibly stupid. This day of the trial has not gone well so far.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
That is fair. Accusing someone without right evidence is not a proper job, is it? Oh, have it. The child was better than juror number 3 was. You know what? I'm going to take this time also to say that I really miss the old man. Because, god damn, is that the best guilty I've ever heard in my life.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Except that all opinion leans towards one way. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. Yeah, that guy. It's always, a guilty, a guilty. Like he adds EH before saying it and then he trails it long at the end. It's... I wish everyone... I wish the word guilty was spelled the way he actually says it. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. The game doesn't explain that well at all, Coulter. I've talked about that a few times. Like, I don't need to convince all of them. Like, in theory, if we're even talking about, like, oh, it doesn't have to be unanimous, there just has to be a majority. Well, if I get it tied at 3-3, that should be it for the summation examination. I shouldn't have to do anything else. But I think it's going along the lines of the stupid fucking Ace Attorney logic that it's always had, which is, oh, you can't just prove your client innocent, you also have to find who actually did it and prove them guilty. Which is dumb. God, if that was an actual requirement to get your client freed, then you know how many more people would be found guilty than there are now? And I know. Part of the whole reason the system is presented the way it is in the games is to make fun of like how fucking dumb the Japanese system is. But, like, first of all, this isn't the Japanese system. This is the English system at the turn of the century, the turn of the 20th century. They don't explain why you don't need to, why that happens, because that doesn't make sense. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhalo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. Something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. Not changing her voice now. Oh, that's cool.
you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. As he holds his blade in his hand. That's not juror intimidation at all.
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences, so we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me.
Can you put down the gun, sir? Oh, shit. Whoops. Thanks, Lugia. Thank you to Chaos Demonic Soul Reaper for the raid. JB, what were you playing this fine morning? I know it's morning for you. Well, no. Yes, it's still morning. It's still morning. Also, hello to Phantom Flame and Sajingu for joining. Raid Shadow Legends. See, I have no problem shilling out for raid if I'm ever asked to. The issue is that, like, you kind of have to play it. Like, the people that make raid ads, you can tell they've, like, booted the game up. And I don't think I have any interest in booting that game up. So, it would just come off as really insincere. Devil May Cry. You jump from 1 to 5? That's quite the leap. No, it's not even that. It's just I have to play it in general, and I have absolutely no interest in playing it. If something like Arc Knight came along, it was like, try this out? Yes. I would make an account, play the game for a bit to advertise that game. Because that game looks cool. I don't really have any interest in picking it up right now. But if somebody said, I will pay you to do that, then yes. Yes, I will. Someone could tell me, I will pay you to play Raid Shadow Legends, and I still wouldn't have any interest. Well, there's a price in which my interest would increase. But I'm guessing not for what they pay. You only have to, like, 20 hours in that game? I guess that's still a lot for a Mario Kart game. Or doing a higher difficulty. Oh, if they gave me $10,000, I would do it. Yes. But I don't think they get paid anywhere near that. Smaller channels that do it. Smaller to mid-sized channels. Bigger streamers can demand more money, obviously.
See, but that's the thing, Lugia. Does your audience deserve better? Yes, it does. However, do you know what can give your audience a better experience? More money, which you can use to upgrade your equipment. Do you know what I could do with this studio if I got $10,000 for Shilling Raid? I don't think my audience would be too upset about that. What must be nice to be in that position. Yeah, 10K to a big streamer. They're not offering me 10K. Stream it for over 1 million and you say no. What kind of blessed life is that? Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. They still have to make it worth. Like, I still have to feel like it's worth it to play. It could be a great game. I have no idea. I just see it and I'm not, like, super interested in it. Because the people that I have seen advertise it have not made it seem very interesting. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is a meme. At this point, do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? Who are you calling a mass murderer? The man holding the goddamn gun in his hand for no fucking reason. Hey, small penis man, put the gun down. Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. Is this just Scotland Yard theme now? What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. It seems like you guys still work very hard if you're doing the patrols every day around the entire city on foot. Good lord. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have caught a coroner in a question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best.
Hold it!
And the apple of the... Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Sorry. You got a bit carried away there. It's this pulsating power going through my hand right now. Stevens is Dr. Seif's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Of course, yes, silly me. It's Seif now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those are the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. Alright, I need to remember. What happened to with the Minecraft server plans? I haven't had time to do it. Because not only do I have to set up the server, I have to set up all the things within the server. And quite frankly, I've not had the time. If someone else wants to do it, they are more than welcome to. I'll get the server set up and then they do it themselves. Otherwise, it's going to be when I have time to do that. Steven. Huh? Okay, so she did the...
Hold it!
But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this case is free from a myth and explosion, there has been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if we're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. That perhaps means his mind can be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork inside that birdcage. I prove that or not? I don't think we do yet, do we? Come back to this. Evidence, evidence, evidence. It's annoying that they keep putting this back, although it could be an clue in itself. Really annoying clue. I want to know where that goddamn key is. This isn't the same. This is the bird cage that the guy was in, though, not the waxwork. This wouldn't really help. Blood on the camera. What this is gonna be used for. I need to get this open. Got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb, he's been growing back on the farm. Picked him off on my way to town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I'm somewhat big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn? Guilty, Bobble! Not guilty, out! Guilty, not guilty, out! Perhaps it's akin to fortune-telling with flower petals, like people do back home. Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Do not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt. Oh, I don't know about that! Me tongue's awfully full already! Amazing. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. On the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asben's stubble, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. Truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it, too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean while it's trying to change the jurors' minds. You can read a book while it's eating a rice cracker, Mr. Narrow Hollow. I'm sure you can do this. Right, yes.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Seif in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh? That's right. Oh! That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. You're all terrible, by the way. I see what you're all saying. Too many corn puns. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. So he isn't saying anything interesting. Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic. A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Oh, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. That's the woman's stance, and perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Seif would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Well, I know what the whiff of connection is. But I can't. The whiff is that she did the.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? Presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Seif, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. Oh my god, I wish I could ban all of you. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to say what you mean. Dr. Seif's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness! Evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling! Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Seif to the mass murder known as the Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. I see we're still going. God. Oh my, Courtney Stevens! Strike a light! It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Seif 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Trevor very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Two Spells, a waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those two events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. between Dr. Courtney Seif and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
So she's on my side for the point of gossip.
Hey, sure.
Quite right, we can't let the shroud come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Wait, that doesn't sound like you agree with me at all, though. Okay.
It's the professor. That's what links that frightful swindler and the coroner. Yay!
Hold it!
Well, that's definitely not right.
Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion.
That's how the public at large views Scotland Yard, isn't it?
The police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home.
Yeah, it's like a Scotland Yard stick. I wonder how policemen would feel listening to the way this juror speaks about the force. We'd have a word or two to say in response. Okay, I need to present proof to that one guy. But I don't know how... Yeah, this is a good selection of new jurors.
Objection!
Okay, so... I have to be able to present some sort of evidence.
Hold it!
Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh, and much more than that, really believe. It's only wise to dress red in white coats.
Is that a thing? Another reason why Gant should have worn white.
So given your jet black outfit, I might have been to a sense of trepidation here.
This is clearly brown. Am I colorblind? Or is he colorblind? It's Brack. I think he was joking, Devin. I could get the lighting thing, so that could be the reason, but it still looks way more brown than it does black. It could be because of yellow lighting, though. Yellow lighting could have that effect. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very tiring. I know, right? I have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage. Namely... what? The head itself?
Take that!
No, not that. Oh, I should have saved there. Fuck. No, I don't want to save there. 'Cause what if I don't have evidence? It's just a... Oh!
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
The problem with this is, I'm like, I found it in a waxwork! And everybody just goes, oh, okay, we trust you 100%. That's so flimsy. That's so flimsy. But yeah, I was like, you know what? I'm probably forgetting to look at the description. Just looking at the item itself. And then like, oh, in the waxwork. Oh, duh. Read the description every once in a while. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
Holy smoke!
That's true. We could bring in Gregson. Say, hey, this is what we found. And he'd be like, that's right. I was there. I saw it. Yeah. Exactly. The centerpiece of the great exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. I spit in the face of simplicity. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
Which this small piece originated, is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I've said, I always trust red and white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you showed me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
Objection!
Because those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
You can put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? Pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. The accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? I have. You mean the Harbinger one? That was sick. That was so sick. Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. You're 5 years old.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Oh, well, me too then. This brainy gentleman says he's right. He must be. This is brainy gentleman. See, I only dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Nice. Well, it's awesome because, like, that was his whole shtick, right? Like, I have no problem doing all the paperwork. Shoo. Like when he booked all the kids and all the other people initially. Like, oh, a lot of paperwork, isn't it? He had his pens with him. I'm not gonna lie, I thought juror number 5 was a boy.
Thank you, counsel. That'll do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has been changed. As usual, 2 jurors now called guilty against 4 who called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue.
We did it! Like we always do! Oh, well done, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Another wonderful victory. Yeah, all their designs were really cool. That one got an upgrade, because his design in the manga was like, just like goofy. And now it's like, ah, ha, ha. He's upgraded his look.
A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Seif. I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
Evidence.
testimony.
The court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case. And the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. God. Fucking terrible French accent. The owner? Madame Two Spells. I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Ryan and Susan.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Two Spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. I know. You know, implying that Pandora's box isn't good for me. I'm doing what's good for me, bruh, not for you. Pandora's box has existed for thousands of years. No. See, that's the thing. It's ironic because Ben Shapiro rarely uses facts and logic. He uses conclusory statements and circular logic, which are poor forms of argumentation. So they would be the antithesis.
Ah, the Knight Errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
That was basically Godot. Because Godot fucking sucked as a prosecutor. Not as a character, he's a cool character, but man, he was bad at his job. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how they presented it there. I mean, it was fine, but I think they could have done it better. What, because the voice Maxim gave? I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies.
As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Probably should have recused himself. Yes, how true. That's true, he does just summon it. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
Make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes, in what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Seif, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone, with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Dr. Seif! This is awkward.
Dr. Courtney Seif, nee Stevens. Good day to you.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me.
Well, fuck.
To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses, disinfectant.
Policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Seif. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. Let's get that elephant in the room out of the way. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. And attempting to hide from the truth. That's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit.
That's the Gant way of doing things.
I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
That was entirely pointless.
She mentioned it too, that this Pandora's box.
It wasn't her actually being there wasn't entirely pointless, obviously. We got some very interesting information out of it. But her whole thing is, I just came to say, I have no regrets. I don't care. I don't care.
Although she did seem to incriminate herself. Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
Maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Knick-knack and paddywhack it. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
All right, I understand. Thank you.
Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of Carmello, so I shall be gnawing at that, as you gnaw away at the truth.
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen,
I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Yep, it was very unnecessary inner monologue, as a lot of it is for him. Worst achievement? I don't know. I'm not an achievement hunter in visual novel games, so I don't really pay attention. I'd have to go back and look at my Steam profile. Counsels for the defense and prosecution. Are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with the damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. That seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. Blatant racism aside, so then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Yeah, it sounds pretty awful. Middle of editing that right now, and Lord Van Zeeks. My lord? Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Two Spells? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Two Spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. No fuck. Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is. It means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Seif. What connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. All right. State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Two Spells. I am a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You'll have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
That's Sholmes, right? Looks like Sholmes. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Oh, there are two of them in the world. Yeah. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
Waxwork can't be kidnapped. Unless, under English law, kidnap can also mean inanimate objects that look like people. Otherwise, it's just stolen.
don't think there's anybody I was ever stunned by in these games. She did elicit a reaction.
A waxwork model kidnapped? By legal definition, that makes no sense. Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprits. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, there is no more than conjecture proposed. That is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibits. I detest to say what is evidence, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see how that is masked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
Why? This is absurd!
Pardon moi?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask, but clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Oh,
Is that... Is it gay? Or J? Oh my god, techie. See you later. Well, the second word, quel dommage. Quel dommage. Dommage. Quel dommage. Is it dommage or dommage? Quel dommage.
Ah, quel dommage. As well seems you are unaware of the Zubel's principles.
What principles?
The family Two Spells have always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. And voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Two Spells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Two Spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. The Two Spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of Tsar's subjects.
Dear me, that's somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
This is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui, there's a true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous! It's out of the question!
The professor spread terror throughout the Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Two Spells special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. Techy, emerging from his own grave, it is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on where.
Open the damn. The visage. I'm sure I'm saying many words incorrectly because I don't say it like the French pronunciation. No shit. Either correct all of them or correct none of them. I want to be either 100% accurate or just fucking wing it.
You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. I don't believe you, but thank you. I appreciate it. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor, the Shock Society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with the two spells family principles. I enlisted the aid of the grave digger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. Signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Perfection. I don't know why we just don't open the goddamn mask. Just open the mask. That'll tell us if the dude looks just like him or not. What's the point of a... Oh, God. She has the key. What the fuck are you talking about? If I'm the judge, it doesn't even matter to me if I'm the judge whether or not that's what the professor actually looked like. What matters to me is, does this person look anything like the person that died? Oh, Coulter, how little you know and understand about how the law works. If the judge says, give me the key, they will get the key. She is not going to be able to not give them the key outside of eating it. Like, are you kidding? Then they open the mask in closed court. There are ways around this. There are ways around this. You don't need consent if the court orders it. What are you talking about? I feel like a lot of people here understand nothing as to how this situation would play out. Yes, but I don't look at things in the knowledge of AA games. I look at things in the knowledge of law because that's why you're here. Not for AA games, right? So then I will call out stupidity when it needs to be called out. And this is stupidity.
There are ways around literally everything you guys are saying. She can withhold the key and the judge can say, give me the key or I'm going to find you in contempt of court and get the key anyways. Bailiff, arrest her. Now we confiscate all your items. Now we have the key. Whoops. No, my role model is not Saul Goodman. My role model is Lionel Hutz. I just want you all to understand that. Whatever excuse you guys have come up with, it's bad. Because there would be a way around it. There's no point in withholding the information if you can do it in a closed court culture. You're not understanding that. Because again, it doesn't even matter. They don't have to confirm that it's the face of the professor. How would any of them know? All that matters is, does that face look like Asman's? So if I'm the judge, that's the case. We look at it. We figure it out. If it doesn't look like him, then none of this fucking matters. That's the end of the argument. This is stupid. This is drawn out padding at this point. This testimony is entirely unnecessary. The gravedigger, the man, sanctioned this?
Oui. I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family has celebrated for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster?
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But two spells would not be two spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. Yeah, Coulter, come on. You should know better than to make a comment like that. I saw what it was. Don't do that. That's your warning. You know better than that. That is the issue that we're dealing with right now, though. I don't care what happens at the end of the case. I care about the issue in front of me, like any judge would. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork,
oh, God. It's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibit, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you said before you here?
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. Waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Seif. There has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Seif and Drebber were in on this crime together.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be a 10-year-old till, but ones that no longer will ever forget. All right, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead, that is a central attraction of my house of horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it's just like this. It was in Logate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man witnessed felt a scream rolling up inside him, but an instant later, he heard a near-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui. The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper, I was going to say imaginable. Then, may I ask something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Logate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Join us.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça? Comme ça? Is that... How do you pronounce that C? Sa? Sa? Why? I was about to time you out because I thought you said corn saw. And I was about to... But it wasn't. I made sure I reread it, so I didn't do it. Oh, man. No!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
It is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to this special exhibit, of course, the professor.
Oh, that's right. You don't simp for Emma. You simp for Trucy. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Cooper, I'm 35 and I consider myself old. So for me, it's forever. Yeah, I mean, 30 is relatively old to 16. I would agree with that. It's turned me into a paranoid mess. Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse? Twice you rage. Boy, I tell you. Twice you rage.
There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells.
Hold it!
I bribed him.
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. Not at all. It seems like she was blinded by pride. Of like needing to be precise more so than the money she would get.
It had nothing to do with money.
Yeah, back yourself up. Back yourself up.
The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is, ration d'etre?
Help. I know so little French. Start streaming visual novels and give whoever you want a French accent. I assure you, those games won't crash either. I agree with Vibe here. It's the second word that I don't really...
Raison.
There's a difference between raison and raison. Wait, fuck. Is it tier or tear? Tear. Okay. Fucking English. Fucking English. T-A-R. Oh, you tear up? No, I tear. I tear. Oh my god.
Raison d'etre of Two Spells Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, Then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret!
I understand. And now that the truth about this special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will! As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you?
Debtor. She doesn't. She's like, hey, make us more famous, bruh. Let's do it. What does it mean? It's gonna be easier for me to remember it too if I know what it means. Purpose. Gotcha. So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui. Exactement. Exactement.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be?
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. I started to remove the mask. The mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with his itching.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly.
Oh dear, what a horrible thought.
Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone. And as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
A Wrigley Mortis?
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education. A slightly scary one.
As Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death. And it starts in
My tongue is doing all sorts of movement. It's like, man, we're not used to doing this when I'm talking.
It starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I don't know about that information the court just heard from Madame Two Spells. It's always significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you said.
Of course, I do not mind at all.
I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
Congratulations!
This is no time for jokes, Miss Susan. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. CJ, please, you're killing yourself. Don't do it. Trep already did it anyways. I like the first one. I like the first one a lot. It sounds like really dumb. Bien sûr. A very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. He has the mask on there, right? So it was just after midnight. As dawn approached,
Objection!
fuck. Oh, they reset my shit. Good. Oh, wait. It's not that. Would it be the newspaper article? Is that how they want to go about it? That would make sense too.
Objection!
Fuck! Okay, so here's what I don't understand. And so it has to do with this, I'm assuming, unless there's some stupid step before that they want us to establish unnecessarily. So she started right after midnight. Right after right before the person was buried. So right before the person was buried, she started, which was a little after midnight. Then she apparently worked on it for 5 or 6 hours until dawn came. First of all, rigor mortis would have started at 3. Which is not when dawn would have occurred. That would have happened like a few hours before dawn. That plus wouldn't then have intersected with the same time that what's his face apparently saw the rising. She was there the whole time. So it has to do with that, but how? Does the game want me to present it?
Objection.
No, not that. How does the game want me to address this? I have a feeling they want me to do something else first, even though it doesn't matter. Because that's the contradiction. That doesn't make any sense.
Objection.
Okay. Madame Two Spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
Wait. What? What?
What?
What? Oui? What? What?
Qua. Okay. That's what I thought. After I said the first two, I'm like, I think it's qua. What? I was like, what? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nepalese friend? Like a chocobo cry. Isn't chocobo cry? Quee! 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 It's close, though. Although qua actually sounds more like the actual sound effect. At least in 7. I guess in 9 it sounds more like a quay, but... Anyways, according to her testimony, Madame Two-Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not set in yet. Not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis. 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a very long time.
On the other hand, if you looked at Dr. Seif's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No! If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already had set in.
Oui. Yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection.
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. They just look at the fucking clock. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! I'm possible! The internet meter. Order! Counsel, this is beyond... order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Seif, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison, where the execution took place. By heck!
Extraordinary.
Not in my day! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question.
He did, of course he did. I moved the man's jaw with my own hands.
Objection.
There was no...
Man, don't interrupt her. Yes, the professor died that night, but what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but to explain the link between Dr. Seif, the professor, and the other thing. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Take that. Objection!
I know there's blood on it. Although I guess you'd need blood to... We need to figure out that it was blood, and whose blood it was, and... That wouldn't be good enough. Not be good enough. Okay,
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. My qui? Wait, my we? My? So many letters that I just don't know whether they're said or not. May we? It's a young man who stole into this cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously that man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
Dude, it's fucking... On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Take that!
Man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness? A special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and besides the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order! Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there in Lowgate Cemetery?
What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is their name significant?
Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No! But does that would mean?
Madame Tussauds, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my!
Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man.
Why would you even say it that way? Just say a young man.
No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is a paper from which comes the article I have already shown the courts.
You're saying that his full name was only published in that article? Publicized in that one article? Goodness me, yes, here it is! University student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Trevor, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable!
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Trevor in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactly. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. The birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Seif would have noticed immediately. And yet she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, and is that what you're saying? Dr. Seif put her name onto a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive, a criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Trevor. That misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect, which is precisely why Mr. Trevor used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ah! My lord, this court must summon Dr. Seif to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Trevor are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Seif is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she?
This brings up the odd role of Strongheart. So if Strongheart was the equivalent of the head district attorney, or even as the attorney general, working for the Department of Justice, or the executive branch of the government, federal government, he can't forbid it. He doesn't have the ability to do that. The court tells you to somebody they have to testify, then they have to testify. Though the court might take into consideration national security threats in terms of, like,
they could say, well, we don't want him to testify. But that's up to the court. That's not up to the Strongheart himself. But if he is the Chief Justice, then he would be operating as the court. But again, if he's the Chief Justice of a court, then he'd be a judge and would be presiding over cases, which is obviously not. The Chief Justice, in this time period, just has a really interesting role. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. That's a lot of power. Yes! Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Seif both take the stand together. Order, order, order! Very well. I will... Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Seif of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Seif. They weren't colluding with one another. This crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Isn't that what you said before, with all your unnecessary inner monologue? Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Seif. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Doesn't fucking matter. Prosecutor's office shouldn't have any say as to whether a fucking witness should be appearing or not. You can't forbid that. Betrayal is not in my nature as long as the truth isn't compromised. But see, I am not under the impression that Strongheart represents the prosecutor's office, more of just like the law itself? Lawyers themselves? Because that also would imply that the prosecution's office determines who can act as a defense attorney, which makes no sense at all. Yeah, I'd say so. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Seif, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. The sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If
if what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Seif's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery.
So it was a student who saw it.
You can say the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man, Madame Two Spells, I mean.
Jeffy's not going to claim it. He wants to research at the student of London, is he?
You're too clever for so.
What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night for what it's worth.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
What a twist. Yes, of course, as you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article is based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. And I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Except then I somehow made mechanical portions of my own body. Although I guess he could have just been an engineer to do that. Duh. You guys hear that? Did she stop? I think she stopped. My wife's watching a show, and my dog howls to the opening theme. Howls a lot at opening themes. The Office theme, my God. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believe the corpse could come back from the dead.
What? So you're saying that this article is
not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes.
Ah!
If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Seif would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness. Claim to have been in a cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right, grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, I had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
This is the
whatchamacallit move.
Look at me move.
Confess to one crime to try to get them looking away from the other.
Yes, exhibiting fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you are one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
Wait, no. He had that look and I couldn't help but give it that twist to it.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustrations for this article?
Ah, yes. That was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Oh, counsel, for the defense, I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore, but go ahead with your cross-examination, because... At once, my lord. This case would give me a headache if I were a judge, just because, like, what's going on? This is all so absurd! I wonder if we present the camera now, or if we don't present the camera, because that's his camera, right? Like, she actually got his camera somehow. At least the camera with blood on it. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the interest to that.
The lantern and spade! But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Yeah, I was gonna say, you'd be surprised!
Any major hospital.
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we, young research students, had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherment of science, you see. I'm sure I would not. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you would expect the gravest of consequences.
But bump. I see what you did there. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
If you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
Hold it!
strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which we now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police. At the time, you know, I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London news, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was the reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. I always want to end with that inflection when he has that look. You know, it feels bad to end with a monotone one. What about the article in the Daily Circus? A particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted him exactly what had happened that night. Yeah. There's a whole thing for it in our Discord. I know it's more fun to play with friends. I understand that, but when no friends do it, you gotta either say, well, I guess I'm never doing it, or find other people. Or get them into AA, but it doesn't sound like that is happening so far, at least. And from your description, he drew the illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so, I had no idea myself, you see. Yeah, I know. The reporter's fucking amazing. It's an excellent sketch. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well...
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Bark Lake Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. See, the camera seems sketch because, like, how do we know it's his camera for sure? He could just be like, that's not my camera. And then what? 2 spells would have to be like, oh, it is actually, I got it from you. Remember? I bought it from you along with your likeness.
Objection!
Oh, okay. I thought we might be getting a little ahead of ourselves there. Realized I never saw the professor. There's no way to verify this is his. There's no like, this belongs to Enoch Drebber.
Hold it!
Young woman being Madame Two Spells, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I was by the name published in the article and... Comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. N'est-ce pas? Wait, no. How? That it's not. That C's not pronounced like the S, right? It is n'est-ce pas. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. Was it? What was it then? But damn, it's camera. Ah, so that. All right. She just tells us. That's good. That's good. Ah. Oh yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my house of horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Two Spells way. It seemed then that this is the very camera Mr. Trevor took with him to locate cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Thank you. All right. Okay, fair enough. Nope. God damn it.
Objection!
God damn it. I was so confident. Was he said to present evidence on that particular... But maybe we're not supposed to present evidence there, despite what he says. I guess we'd have to show his plate before we can say that.
Hold it!
Oh. Maybe I have to look at it again. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes. Somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves, hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was I hate this word. Execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, he found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Objection, argumentative. Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because the circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, he'll expose the secret in Dr. Seif's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Trevor and Dr. Seif are working together now, and if Trevor were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. Let's look at this again. This is where the photographic plate goes, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual camera Mr. Trevor used that night? I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in the damn two spells. Very keen on everything being as true to life as possible, isn't she? Okay. It does change the dialogue. Okay, but nothing changed there. Oh, you're such a friend, CJ. Good idea.
Objection!
Alright, I don't know. We need to show. Made it pretty clear that this is eventually what we have to get to. Do we show that his hair was a different color?
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Trevor, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. It is. I don't think it's bad. But let's just say that if this is the argument, like we'll see what the argument that he makes, and then I'll give you my analysis after the fact. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist who witnessed. A figure emergency from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. Okay. Alright, so that's actually different than I thought. I guess I just assumed that if everyone, well, but how would he have known? Did everybody still know that the professor was getting executed? Because I guess I would have thought that they would just assume that there would have been a mask on him. Though it is odd, I suppose, I didn't think about this, that he was able to recount what the mask looked like so precisely. Because we know it's precise because Madame Two-Spells sculpted the precise mask. So the fact that it's so similar is probably the tip-off. Not just that there's a mask, because I think that would be reasonable to assume. But that exact mask? So, Mr. Trevor, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask, or at least the way it looked. So, unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Order, order! Well, Mr. Trevor. It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. which is why I had it in my head that I had seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterward, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. Can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Now, maybe this is where that comes in? Like, how did you get the masks so specifically correct?
Objection.
Oh, okay. That actually seems like quite good evidence there, but that's not what they want me to present, so. It's very much like Edgeworth's shift.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw. You see, they're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say? But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. A bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. You might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well. I can only assume it was an embellishment, bolted on later by the reporter. Ooh, you hear that? Strange. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Also, thank you, CJ. I appreciate it.
Excuse me.
Madame Two Spells. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. Oh, Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. You don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about all your adventures in the cemetery, non? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know?
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber! That's no way to speak to a lady! Grr! Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on. Of course. Man, she gives no shits. Oh, man. Whew. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. None. You are very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up.
That will do. Mr. Trevor. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells? I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. I will, however, not permit baseless racism. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony again with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. Now can I present the damn camera? I want to stop for the day, but I wanted to finish this testimony, and it just goes on and on and on. They don't even like reset it. This is all part of the same damn testimony still.
Objection.
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? What's that camera from That's Fateful Nights? Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this. What's that? There, just on the bellows! It looks like a dark red stain! That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test, isn't that right, Miss Dr. Seif? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Two Spells' testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Uh-oh, we got the judge again. Just always think about that when this music plays. The judge back there on his fucking organ. They can. Usually the bullet has to pass through for it to splatter forward, though, like in that circumstance. Dog. And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Ugh. God! There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. Or whose then? Who could benefit? Oh, come on, man, Zeeks. You can put 2 + 2 together. Mr. Drebber's obviously lying in order to protect somebody. Good, my goodness, he's shooting someone? Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor's coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Seif. Seif? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer.
It was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke! Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary, from the ground up.
That's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Seif would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean?
I mean that Dr. Seif wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah! There it is! Leg. I thought he was going to say leg. Oh my god. Can we also talk about how Kazuma's just standing there, unflinching, as the dude throws his leg onto the fucking table? He just stands there like...
Doesn't everybody use their leg like that?
Ah, yeah, sorry, Kyle. Kyle's sitting there like...
Normal. Ryan, why aren't you putting your leg up on the desk?
Lord Van Seeks, pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. So if you're blackmailed into a crime like this, how liable are you? You're still liable. In fact, what? We've went over this before in another case. Fuck. What case was that? That someone coerced into helping murder somebody is still a murderer. I think we even looked up the statute for that. I can't remember what, if I could remember what case we were talking about. Because, like, it's not duress or coercion either way. It's not a legal defense. At least when we're talking about murder.
Some states provide that defense of duress is unavailable for certain crimes, like murder. I'm trying to find what it is in Wisconsin. I'm pretty sure, based on what we discussed last time, that it's not an available defense for murder in Wisconsin. I have to double check that, though. Also, duress typically isn't an option when the defendants ultimately committed the wrongful act because he or she placed themselves in the dangerous situation to begin with through negligence, recklessness, or some other kind of fault. So, that's interesting. Would the fact that she fucked up before also then defeat, even if she had the ability to claim duress? If you put yourself in that position in the first place because you fucked up originally, would that then defeat her claim? Anyways, the elements is there are 3 elements for duress. There's an immediate threat of death or serious bodily injury. You have a well-grounded fear that they'll actually carry out the threat. There's no reasonable opportunity to escape, except for by committing the act. So, like, once you have the opportunity to escape, or you think the chance of bodily harm is no longer apparent, you have to try to escape the situation instead of just doing it. Oh, was it Lana? The difference is that Lana didn't actually kill anybody, but she helped to cover it up. Which I guess is the same here. She's in the same situation. She didn't actually kill Asman, but she helped to cover it up by switching the bodies. So she's in a very situation, a situation very similar to Lana. I don't, based on what I'm reading, I don't think that, even if she had that defense available to her, I don't think it would work. Because she... First of all, the duress is that, hey, you fucked up. He's not threatening to kill her. He's saying, I'm going to reveal your secret. The law probably steps back and goes, well, shouldn't have fucked up in the first place. It's not like the dude's going to say, I'm going to murder you if you don't help me. That's a big difference. Big difference. So somebody else was being held hostage. That's a good question. Because it's not a part of the duress elements. Because it explicitly states the actor. Of course, this is federal law, so... I think it's federal common law, yeah. Although duress is classically framed in terms of a threat to the defendant, most courts say that the defense is available if the threats concern other people, such as the defendant's spouse or child. U.S. v. Blanco, 5-4, 2nd, 11th Circuit, 1985. So yeah, it'd be the same. But I think it'd also be the same in terms of if they're not going to give you the defense for yourself, they're not going to give you the defense for other people too. But if they do give you the defense for yourself, then they probably would for other members of your family like that too. So she's going to be pretty liable if she ends up being found as complicit here. Like I said, even if that defense was available to her, I don't think it would, under U.S. law at least, I don't think she'd get out of it. I don't know. British law might be different at this point in time, though, so we'll see, I suppose, what happens long-term in the story.
But yeah, there's no threat of bodily harm to her. There's threat of reputational harm, but that is not the same. So this is what'll happen, CJ. What would likely happen in that circumstance, and again, that's only for states that don't excuse it. Some states apparently will. I don't know what the state split is, which states allow it as an offense, which states don't. But what could happen in that circumstance is either A, the prosecution, based on the facts, could agree to decrease the charge to something not as, something of a lesser offense so that there's a lot less of a punishment, or the judge themselves could grant leniency and give you like the bare minimum. So like it would be taken into consideration even in the states where it's not considered a defense, because it could still be used as a factor of how it's actually prosecuted or what the actual sentencing is like. It really is two different modes. I feel it when it happens. It's like just the way my mind attacks things is different. It gets on this like high alert status, kind of. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Anyways, I think I'm gonna stop there. I wanted to stop at 4 hours. We are now at 4 hours and 40 minutes. So, interesting discussion though. I don't regret going over. I was just hoping that we'd be done with the case by today. We probably would have been if I didn't waste 10 minutes. Well, it wasn't a waste. It was very enlightening. If I didn't spend 10 minutes earlier getting feedback on the layout and stuff. But yeah, I'll be back on Monday, and we'll be or not Monday, Friday. We'll be back on Monday. It's just said the same goddamn. I'll be back on Friday, and we will finish this case on Friday, and then I'm assuming be able to get to start the next case. But yeah, funny stream today. We had some fun, guys, didn't we? It was a funny time. A lot of jokes. Too many puns, but, take the good with the bad. All right, thank you to Techy, CJ, and Keith for the donos earlier. Much appreciated, everyone. I will see you guys on Friday. Friday then. Yes, Friday then. All right, take it easy. See you next time. Stream is adjourned.
I'm sure I've played against somebody like that before.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure those are transition lenses.
Yeah, they're